Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Origins of Magical Symbolism. Long before the written word captured the complexities of spellcasting, long before the great libraries of magical knowledge rose from ancient foundations, symbols served as the first language between wizard and magic itself. In those distant times, when the very concept of organized magical education was but a whisper in the minds of visionary witches and wizards, our ancestors discovered that certain marks, certain shapes drawn with intention and reverence, could channel the raw forces that flowed through the world around them. Imagine yourself standing in one of those primordial caves, where the earliest magical practitioners first experimented with the visual representation of their craft. The walls around you flicker with the warm glow of enchanted torches, their light dancing across surfaces marked with symbols that seem to pulse with their own inner fire. These are not mere decorations, not simple artistic expressions born from idle moments, but the very foundation upon which all subsequent magical theory would be built. The discovery of symbolic magic came, as many great revelations do, through necessity and observation. Picture those early wizards, perhaps no different from yourself in their curiosity and determination, watching the natural world with eyes attuned to the magical currents that ordinary folk could never perceive. They observed how certain patterns in nature seemed to focus magical energy, how the spiral of a nautilus shell could amplify a simple charm, how the interlocking branches of ancient trees created natural conduits for the forces they sought to harness. These patient observers began to understand that magic itself possessed a kind of visual vocabulary, a symbolic language that transcended the limitations of spoken words. Where incantations might fail due to mispronunciation or forgotten syllables, a properly drawn symbol could maintain its power across generations, holding within its lines and curves the accumulated wisdom of countless magical practitioners. Consider the profound moment when the first wizard carefully traced a protective circle in the earth around their dwelling. The simple act of drawing that unbroken line, infused with magical intention, created something far greater than the sum of its parts. The circle became a living barrier, a manifestation of the practitioner's will made visible and permanent. This breakthrough represented more than just a new technique. It marked the birth of the entirely new way of thinking about magic itself. As these early symbolic practices spread throughout the scattered magical communities of the ancient world, different cultures began to develop their own unique approaches to visual magic. In the misty highlands of Scotland, wizards carved intricate spirals into standing stones, creating focal points for weather magic that could call forth rain or dispel dangerous storms. Along the sun-baked shores of the Mediterranean, practitioners developed symbols that could capture and store the intense magical energy generated by prolonged exposure to sunlight. The symbols themselves began to evolve, growing more sophisticated as generations of magical experimentation refined their forms and meanings. What started as simple geometric shapes gradually blossomed into complex systems of interconnected meanings, where the angle of a line could determine the strength of a charm, where the placement of a dot could redirect the flow of magical energy in entirely new directions. You can almost feel the excitement of those ancient innovators as they discovered that symbols could be combined, layered upon one another to create effects that neither could achieve in isolation. A protective ward might be strengthened by incorporating elements from a healing charm, or a simple illumination spell could be enhanced through the addition of symbols associated with the eternal flame of magical torches. The caves and hidden sanctuaries where these early experiments took place became the first magical libraries, their walls serving as both textbook and laboratory for aspiring practitioners. Unlike the fragile scrolls and books that would come later, these stone-carved repositories of knowledge could withstand the passage of centuries, preserving the accumulated wisdom of their creators for future generations to discover and study. As you walk through these imagined halls of ancient learning, you begin to understand that each symbol represents not just a magical technique, but a moment of human connection with forces beyond ordinary comprehension. The wizard who first drew the sign for fire was not merely creating a tool for igniting kindling, but establishing a permanent link between human intention and one of the fundamental forces of creation. The development of symbolic magic also marked the beginning of magical inheritance in its truest sense. While spoken spells might be forgotten or misremembered as they passed from teacher to student, symbols carved in stone or etched into metal could preserve their exact form indefinitely. A wizard's children and grandchildren could return to these permanent records, learning not just the techniques themselves, but gaining insight into the thought processes and magical understanding of their ancestors. This permanence of symbolic magic created the first true magical traditions, shared practices that could unite wizards across vast distances and long spans of time. A protection symbol developed in ancient Egypt might eventually find its way to the forests of northern Europe, carried by traveling wizards who recognized its power and adapted it to their own magical practices. The symbols also served as bridges between the magical and mundane worlds, offering ways for ordinary people to recognize and respect the presence of magical forces without necessarily understanding their full complexity. A simple mark above a doorway could indicate a magically protected household, while certain symbols carved into market stones might ensure fair dealing and honest weights in commercial transactions. As magical communities grew larger and more organized, these symbols began to take on additional layers of meaning, serving not just as tools for channeling magical energy, but as marks of identity and belonging. Different schools of magical thought developed their own symbolic vocabularies, and the ability to read and interpret these marks became a crucial skill for any wizard hoping to navigate the increasingly complex world of organized magical society. The transition from purely functional magical symbols to the more elaborate systems that would eventually support formal magical education was gradual but inevitable. As wizards began to gather in larger groups, sharing knowledge and comparing techniques, the need for standardized symbolic languages became apparent. What good was a powerful protection ward if visiting wizards could not recognize its presence or understand its limitations? This standardization process, however, never completely eliminated the deeply personal nature of symbolic magic. Even as common meanings became established for basic symbols, individual wizards continued to develop their own unique variations and combinations, ensuring that the art remained as much about personal expression and creativity as it was about following established formulas. The influence of these ancient symbolic practices can still be felt in every aspect of modern magical education and practice. When a young wizard first learns to draw the basic protective circle, they are participating in a tradition that stretches back to the very dawn of organized magical practice. The wand movements that accompany today's spells often trace patterns that echo the shapes of those primordial symbols, connecting contemporary magic users with the accumulated wisdom of millennia. Standing here at the threshold of this vast exploration of magical symbolism, you might find yourself wondering, what ancient symbol, if you could witness its first creation, would you most want to understand? And what secrets of magical practice might its original meaning reveal about the true nature of magic itself? Chapter 2. Runic Magic Across Wizarding Cultures. Ancient symbols whisper their secrets through time, each carved line and angled stroke holding meanings that transformed the wizarding world. Tonight, we shall decipher the mysterious language of magical runes, whose power continues to shape spells and enchantments to this day. From the frost-covered fjords of ancient Scandinavia to the sun-warmed stones of Mediterranean villages, magical communities across the world developed their own unique systems of runic writing, each reflecting the particular magical traditions and environmental influences of their creators. These were not merely alphabets in the conventional sense, but living repositories of magical knowledge, where each symbol contained within its form the accumulated wisdom of generations of practitioners. Picture yourself standing in a torchlit chamber deep within a Viking longhouse, watching as an elderly runmaster carefully carves symbols into a piece of seasoned oak. The wood itself has been specially selected, aged in darkness for 7 years to ensure that no trace of mundane influence could interfere with the magical processes about to unfold. Each cut of the knife releases a faint shimmer of golden light, as if the very act of carving awakens something that has long slumbered within the timber. The Norse magical tradition gave birth to some of the most powerful and enduring runic systems ever developed. Their runes were not simply letters that could be combined to form words, but individual containers of specific magical energies. The rune for fire, when properly carved and activated, did not merely represent the concept of flame but actually contained a spark of elemental fire magic that could be released through the appropriate rituals and incantations. These northern wizards understood that the power of a rune lay not just in its shape, but in the manner of its creation. The carving had to be done at specific times, often aligned with particular phases of the moon or seasonal transitions that would enhance the symbol's natural magical properties. The knife used for the carving was itself a magical instrument, forged from meteoric iron and blessed with protective enchantments that prevented malevolent forces from corrupting the runes as they were formed. Travel southward in your imagination to the ancient Greek magical academies, where a different approach to runic magic flourished under the warm Mediterranean sun. Here, wizards developed symbols that emphasized harmony and balance, reflecting their philosophical belief that magic should work in concert with natural forces rather than attempting to dominate them. Their runes were often carved into marble tablets that were then placed in groves sacred to various magical traditions, creating permanent repositories of knowledge that could be consulted by future generations of students. The Greek runic system incorporated mathematical principles that their Muggle counterparts were only beginning to explore. Each symbol was designed according to precise geometric relationships that were believed to resonate with the underlying mathematical structure of magical forces themselves. A rune for healing, for example, might incorporate proportions based on the golden ratio, ensuring that its form naturally harmonized with the body's own magical energies. In the mystical forests of ancient Celtic lands, druids developed perhaps the most organic approach to runic magic ever practiced. Rather than carving their symbols into dead materials, they learned to grow living runes by carefully training the branches of sacred trees into the required shapes. These living symbols drew their power directly from the earth, creating magical effects that could persist for centuries as long as the trees themselves remained healthy and undisturbed. The Celtic runes often incorporated elements from the natural world around them, with symbols that resembled intertwining vines, flowing water, or the intricate patterns found in bird flight. Their runmasters spent years learning to read the subtle signs in nature that would indicate the best locations for growing these living symbols, understanding that a rune's power was intimately connected to the magical properties of its surroundings. Eastern magical traditions developed their own sophisticated runic systems, often incorporating elements of their advanced understanding of astronomical cycles and seasonal energies. In ancient China, wizard scholars created symbols that could be activated by the rising and setting of specific constellations, ensuring that certain types of magic would only be available at the most auspicious times. These Chinese runes were often carved into jade tablets that were then buried at carefully calculated depths beneath temples and monasteries. The jade served as both a preservative and an amplifier, its natural magical properties enhancing the stored runic energies while protecting them from decay or interference. Some of these buried tablets are said to continue generating subtle magical effects even today, though their exact locations have been lost to time. The development of runic alphabets represented a crucial advancement in the portability of magical knowledge. Unlike the cave paintings and stone carvings of earlier eras, runes could be inscribed on objects small enough to carry, allowing wizards to take their magical libraries with them as they traveled. A staff carved with protective runes became both a walking aid and a portable source of defensive magic, while jewelry inscribed with healing symbols could provide ongoing magical benefits to the wearer. This portability led to an unprecedented exchange of magical knowledge between different cultures and traditions. Viking raiders might return home with Roman runic techniques, while Mediterranean traders could introduce Celtic symbols to Eastern magical communities. The resulting cross-pollination of ideas led to hybrid runic systems that combined the best features of multiple traditions. Consider the profound implications of a runic system where each symbol contained not just meaning but active magical power. A letter FM in an ordinary alphabet simply represents a sound, but a fire rune carved by a skilled rune master actually contains elemental fire energy that can be released when the proper activation phrases are spoken. This meant that a message written in magical runes was simultaneously a text to be read and a collection of spells waiting to be activated. The creation of runic spells required a fundamentally different approach to magic than the wand-based techniques that would eventually become dominant in wizarding education. Runic magic was slower, more methodical, requiring careful planning and precise execution. A wizard could not simply flick their wand and produce an instant effect. Instead, they had to invest time and effort in creating the necessary runic components, often working for hours or even days to prepare a single complex magical working. This deliberate pace gave runic magic a unique character, encouraging practitioners to think deeply about their intentions and to consider the long-term consequences of their actions. A hastily drawn rune might produce unpredictable results, while a carefully crafted symbol could provide reliable magical effects for years or even decades after its creation. The decline of widespread runic practice began with the development of more immediate magical techniques, particularly the refinement of wand magic that allowed for faster spellcasting. However, many traditional magical families continued to maintain runic libraries, understanding that some types of magic were simply more effective when channeled through properly prepared symbols than through even the most skillfully wielded wand. In the hidden chambers beneath ancient castles, and in the private studies of traditional pureblood families, collections of runic tablets and carved stones continue to serve their creators' descendants. These repositories represent thousands of years of accumulated magical knowledge, preserved in forms that remain as potent today as they were when first created. The study of ancient runes became a formal subject at Hogwarts, though the curriculum focused more on translation and interpretation than on the actual creation and activation of magical symbols. Professor Babbling's classroom contained examples of runic systems from dozens of different magical cultures, each tablet and stone carefully warded to prevent accidental activation, while still allowing students to study their construction and meaning. Modern magical researchers continue to discover new applications for runic principles, particularly in the creation of permanent magical effects that do not require ongoing maintenance or monitoring. Hospital wings use healing runes carved into the walls themselves, creating environments where patients naturally recover more quickly. Magical transportation systems rely on directional runes that help ensure travelers arrive at their intended destinations rather than becoming lost in the complex magical fields that surround apparition points. The art of runic creation has experienced something of a renaissance in recent years, as younger wizards have rediscovered the satisfaction that comes from creating lasting magical works with their own hands. Evening classes in basic runic carving have become popular in magical communities, offering modern practitioners a chance to connect with the patient, methodical approach to magic that characterized their ancestors. As you reflect on this rich tapestry of runic traditions stretching across cultures and centuries, you might find yourself pondering which ancient runic alphabet would you choose to master, and what permanent magical creation would you craft to leave as your own contribution to this continuing tradition. Chapter 3. The Sacred Geometry of Magical Circles. In the quiet depths of magical understanding, where precision meets power and mathematical perfection channels forces beyond ordinary comprehension, lies the ancient art of sacred geometric magic. Tonight we explore the mysterious world of magical circles, where every curve and angle serves a purpose greater than mere decoration. Imagine yourself standing in the center of a perfectly drawn magical circle, feeling the subtle vibration of energy that flows along its carefully calculated circumference. The line beneath your feet appears simple enough, perhaps traced in salt or carved into stone, but this seemingly modest boundary represents one of the most sophisticated magical techniques ever developed. Within this circle, the very laws of magic bend and focus according to principles that combine mystical tradition with mathematical precision. The discovery that geometric forms could amplify and direct magical energy marked a revolutionary moment in wizarding history. Ancient magical theorists, working by candlelight in hidden chambers and secluded towers, gradually came to understand that magic itself followed certain geometric principles. Just as water flows more efficiently through a properly shaped channel, magical energy could be guided and concentrated through carefully constructed geometric forms. The circle, being the most perfect of geometric shapes, naturally became the foundation of this practice. Its unbroken curve creates a boundary that magical energy cannot easily cross, while its mathematical perfection ensures that forces contained within remain stable and balanced. When you stand within a properly constructed magical circle, you become part of a system that has been refined through countless generations of careful experimentation and gradual improvement. Consider the profound moment when ancient wizards first realized that the size of a circle directly affected its magical properties. A small circle, perhaps 3 feet in diameter, might be perfect for focusing energy for delicate charm work or precise potion brewing. The intimate space encourages concentration and prevents the practitioner's magical energy from dispersing into the surrounding environment. Every gesture made within such a confined space carries additional weight and significance. Larger circles, those grand constructions that might span 30 feet or more, serve entirely different purposes. These massive geometric forms can contain group rituals, protect entire gatherings of wizards, or channel energies too powerful for a single practitioner to handle safely. Standing in the center of such a circle, you would feel the vast arc of protective energy stretching out around you, creating a space where the most ambitious magical workings could unfold without danger to the surrounding world. The mathematical relationships governing magical circles follow principles that would not be fully understood by Muggle mathematicians for centuries. The ratio between a circle's circumference and its diameter, the mystical constant we know as pi, holds special significance in magical practice. Ancient wizard mathematicians discovered that circles whose measurements incorporated specific multiples of pi naturally resonated with certain types of magical energy. A protection circle designed using measurements based on 7 times pi might be particularly effective against dark magic, while a circle calculated using 3 times pi could enhance healing and restoration spells. These relationships were not arbitrary but reflected deep connections between mathematical harmony and magical stability that even modern magical theorists continue to study and refine. The materials used to create magical circles carry their own significance, each substance bringing unique properties to the geometric form. Salt, perhaps the most traditional circle-making material, creates boundaries that are particularly effective against malevolent spirits and negative energies. The crystalline structure of salt naturally resonates with purification magic, making it an ideal choice for protective circles and cleansing rituals. Powdered silver creates circles with enhanced conductivity for magical energy, allowing practitioners to channel more powerful spells with greater precision. The metal's association with lunar magic makes silver circles particularly effective during nighttime rituals or workings that involve divination and scrying. When moonlight strikes a silver circle, the entire geometric form seems to come alive with soft, otherworldly radiance. Chalk-drawn circles offer convenience and versatility, though they lack the permanence and power of more substantial materials. However, Chalk infused with specific magical substances can create surprisingly effective temporary circles. Chalk mixed with powdered unicorn horn produces circles that amplify healing magic, while chalk combined with phoenix ash creates boundaries that can withstand even the most intense magical energies. The most permanent and powerful circles are those carved directly into stone or metal. These require significant time and effort to create, but they can maintain their magical properties for centuries. Ancient stone circles found throughout the British Isles often contain subtle magical carvings that continue to focus and channel natural magical energies, creating permanent sanctuaries where magic flows more freely and predictably. The process of creating a magical circle demands both technical precision and deep spiritual focus. The practitioner must not only ensure that the geometric form is mathematically perfect, but also invest the circle with appropriate magical intention. As you trace the circumference of a circle, whether with salt, chalk, or carving tool, you are not merely drawing a line but creating a bridge between the physical and magical worlds. Each point along the circle's edge must be imbued with the same level of energy and intention, ensuring that the finished boundary contains no weak spots where unwanted influences might penetrate. Experienced circle makers develop a meditative rhythm as they work, allowing their magical energy to flow smoothly and consistently as the geometric form takes shape beneath their hands. The orientation of a magical circle can significantly affect its properties and effectiveness. Circles aligned with the cardinal directions draw power from the elemental associations of north, south, east, and west. A circle with its primary opening facing east might be particularly suited for new beginnings and growth magic, while one oriented toward the west could enhance spells related to endings and transitions. Astronomical alignments add another layer of complexity and power to circle magic. Circles positioned to align with specific star patterns or planetary positions can tap into cosmic energies that vary throughout the year. The ancient druids were particularly skilled at creating circles that would automatically attune themselves to seasonal changes, becoming more powerful during the summer solstice or autumn equinox. Within the broader category of circular magic, numerous specialized forms have developed over the centuries. Summoning circles incorporate additional geometric elements that help focus the energy required to call beings from other realms or distant locations. These often feature multiple concentric circles with specific symbols placed at calculated intervals around their circumferences. Scrying circles enhance divination magic by creating perfectly controlled environments where visions and insights can manifest without interference from external magical influences. The smooth, unbroken energy flow within such circles helps practitioners achieve the mental clarity necessary for accurate prophetic work. Vanishing circles serve as magical prisons, containing entities or energies that pose dangers to the surrounding environment. These require particularly robust construction and often incorporate multiple layers of geometric protection, creating nested circles that provide backup containment should any single barrier fail. The integration of other geometric forms within magical circles creates possibilities for even more sophisticated magical workings. Triangles inscribed within circles can focus energy towards specific points, while squares provide stability and grounding for earth-based magic. Stars and pentagrams add their own symbolic meanings and energy patterns, creating complex magical systems that can accomplish multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern magical education includes basic circle construction as part of defense against the dark arts curriculum, though students typically learn only the most fundamental techniques. The advanced study of geometric magic remains a specialized field pursued by serious magical researchers and those whose work requires the highest levels of magical precision and control. Contemporary applications of circle magic extend far beyond traditional ritual work. Magical hospitals use permanent protection circles around sensitive areas, while curse breakers employ portable circle-making kits to create safe working spaces in dangerous locations. The precision and reliability of properly constructed circles make them invaluable tools for any situation where magical safety is paramount. As magical understanding continues to evolve, new applications for geometric principles continue to emerge. Experimental magical transportation systems use circle networks to create stable apparition points, while advanced potion makers employ microcircles to contain volatile reactions during particularly dangerous brewing processes. The mathematical perfection of magical circles represents something profound about the nature of magic itself. In a world where so much magical practice relies on intuition and emotional connection, geometric magic demands precision, patience, and intellectual rigor. Yet this apparent contradiction actually reveals a deeper truth about magical practice. The most powerful magic emerges when technical mastery combines with genuine understanding and spiritual intention. Standing within a perfectly constructed magical circle, surrounded by the invisible but palpable flow of focused magical energy, you become part of a tradition that stretches back to the very foundations of organized magical practice. The circle beneath your feet connects you to countless generations of wizards who understood that true magical power emerges not from raw force, but from harmony between knowledge, intention, and the fundamental geometric principles that underlie reality itself. As the gentle curves of magical understanding surround you, like the perfect arc of an ancient circle, consider this: what sacred space would you create if you could design a magical circle that would stand for 1,000 years? And what geometric secrets might such a creation reveal about the hidden patterns that connect all magical practice? Chapter 4: Alchemical Symbols and Their Powers. Within the secret chambers where transformation becomes reality, where base metals surrender their ordinary nature to become precious gold, ancient symbols hold the keys to understanding the deepest mysteries of magical change. Tonight, we delve into the profound world of alchemical symbolism, where each mark represents not merely an element or process, but a gateway to fundamental truths about the nature of magical transformation itself. Picture yourself entering the workshop of a master alchemist, the air thick with the mingled scents of sulfur, mercury, and countless exotic substances. The walls around you are covered with charts and diagrams, their surfaces alive with symbols that seem to shift and dance in the flickering light of the ever-burning furnaces. These are not mere reference materials, but living repositories of knowledge, each symbol containing within its elegant curves and precise angles the accumulated wisdom of centuries of experimental magic. The language of alchemy speaks in symbols because ordinary words prove inadequate to describe the subtle transformations that occur when matter and magic interact at their most fundamental levels. When an alchemist draws the symbol for mercury, they are not simply indicating the presence of that quicksilver metal, but invoking an entire constellation of meanings that relate to fluidity, change, communication between different states of matter, and the principle of mediation that allows seemingly incompatible substances to blend into new forms. Consider the profound elegance of the sulfur symbol, with its triangle surmounted by a cross. This simple design encodes a complex understanding of the masculine, active principle in alchemical transformation. Sulfur represents the soul of substances, the essential nature that determines how each material will behave when subjected to the purifying fires of transmutation. When you see this symbol inscribed on an alchemical vessel, you understand immediately that the process within involves the awakening and liberation of inner essences. The salt symbol, a circle divided by a horizontal line, speaks to the body principle in alchemical theory. Salt grounds and stabilizes, providing the physical foundation upon which transformation can occur. Ancient alchemists understood that without proper salt principles, their mercury and sulfur would have no stable framework within which to manifest their changes. The symbol reminds practitioners that even the most ethereal magical processes must ultimately find expression in the physical world. These three primary symbols, mercury, sulfur, and salt, form the philosophical foundation of all alchemical work. But from these simple beginnings, an elaborate symbolic language emerged that could describe every aspect of magical transformation. The symbol for antimony, with its circle surmounted by a cross, indicates a substance that purifies through dissolution. When antimony appears in an alchemical formula, It signals that old forms must be broken down completely before new ones can emerge. Lead carries its own symbolic weight, represented by a cross beneath a circle, indicating matter weighed down by base materialism. Yet this apparent negativity holds profound hope, for lead also represents the starting point of the great work, the prima materia from which gold can eventually emerge. The alchemist who works with lead symbols understands that transformation begins with accepting and working with materials in their current, imperfect state. Gold, the ultimate goal of practical alchemy, bears a symbol of perfect simplicity, a circle with a dot at its center. This design represents the sun principle, the perfected state toward which all alchemical work aspires, but the symbol contains deeper meanings as well, suggesting the soul perfectly centered within its vessel, consciousness fully awakened and integrated within matter. The process symbols of alchemy reveal the dynamic nature of transformation. The symbol for calcination, often represented as a triangle with 3 horizontal lines, indicates the first stage of alchemical work, where crude materials are subjected to intense heat to burn away impurities. This is not mere physical heating, but a magical process that awakens the inner nature of substances and prepares them for further transformation. Dissolution follows calcination, its symbol often shown as an inverted triangle, indicating the feminine, receptive principle that allows solid forms to surrender their rigid structures and become fluid, workable materials. The alchemist who sees the dissolution symbol knows that this stage requires patience and gentle persistence rather than force. Separation appears in various symbolic forms, often as intersecting triangles or complex geometric arrangements that indicate the careful sorting of pure from impure, useful from waste. This stage of the great work requires the highest levels of discrimination and understanding, as the alchemist must recognize the essential nature of each component that emerges from the dissolved materials. Conjunction brings together the purified elements in new combinations, its symbols often featuring interlocking circles or other forms that suggest unity emerging from diversity. This is perhaps the most delicate stage of alchemical work, requiring perfect timing and precise understanding of how different purified substances will interact when combined. The symbols used to represent alchemical vessels and tools carry their own layers of meaning. The Athener, the self-feeding furnace that maintains constant temperature, appears in diagrams as a tower-like structure that symbolizes the steady, unwavering application of transformative force. The pelican, a specialized distillation vessel, takes its symbolic form from the mythical bird that feeds its young with its own blood, representing the principle of continuous circulation and refinement. Planetary symbols play crucial roles in alchemical notation, connecting earthly processes with cosmic influences. The Venus symbol, a circle above a cross, governs copper and all processes related to beauty, harmony, and attraction. Alchemical workings performed under Venus influences often involve the creation of substances that enhance natural beauty or promote harmonious relationships between different materials. Mars, represented by a circle with an arrow emerging from its upper right, rules iron and processes requiring strength, courage, and decisive action. The Mars symbol appears in formulas for creating tools and weapons, as well as in medicinal preparations designed to strengthen the body and bolster the will. Jupiter's symbol, resembling the number 4 with a curved tail, governs tin and processes related to expansion, growth, and benevolent influence. Alchemical preparations created under Jupiter's sign often focus on healing, prosperity, and the enhancement of natural abundance. Saturn, shown as a cross above a curved line, rules lead and all processes of limitation, structure, and disciplined transformation. While often seen as restrictive, Saturn's influence provides the necessary framework within which meaningful change can occur in an orderly and sustainable manner. The integration of astrological timing with alchemical symbolism created sophisticated systems for determining the most favorable moments for different types of transformation work. An alchemist preparing to create a healing elixir might wait for a favorable lunar aspect while ensuring that their laboratory contained the appropriate symbols for promoting gentle, nurturing change. Color symbolism interweaves with alchemical notation to indicate the various stages of transformation. The nigredo, or blackening stage, appears in symbols as dark circles or crosses, indicating the initial breakdown of crude materials. The albedo, or whitening, shows as bright, clear symbols suggesting purification and the emergence of essential principles. The rubedo, the final reddening stage, manifests in symbols of brilliant red or gold, indicating the successful completion of the transformative process. An experienced alchemist can read these color-coded symbols like a map, understanding exactly where each process stands and what steps must follow to achieve the desired outcome. Modern magical theory continues to find applications for alchemical symbolism, particularly in potion making, where the precise interaction of ingredients requires the same careful understanding that guided ancient alchemists. Professor Snape's private notes were filled with alchemical symbols that helped him track the subtle transformations occurring within his more complex brews. The symbolic language of alchemy also influenced the development of magical theory more broadly, providing a framework for understanding how magical energy itself could be transformed and refined. Advanced transfiguration theory draws heavily on alchemical principles, using symbolic notation to map the changes that occur when one form of matter becomes another. Contemporary curse breakers employ alchemical symbols when dealing with enchantments that involve material transformation, recognizing that certain types of magical corruption can only be understood and reversed through the lens of alchemical theory. The symbols provide a precise language for describing magical processes that would otherwise be impossible to communicate clearly. The study of alchemical symbolism requires not only intellectual understanding, but also intuitive insight into the nature of change itself. Each symbol represents not just a static concept, but a dynamic process, a transformation in progress. The alchemist who truly masters this symbolic language develops the ability to see potential transformations everywhere, recognizing the hidden possibilities that lie dormant within apparently ordinary materials. Standing in that imagined alchemical laboratory, surrounded by symbols that bridge the gap between matter and spirit, between the known and the unknowable, you become part of a tradition that seeks to understand the fundamental principles governing all change. The symbols on the walls around you represent humanity's deepest attempt to comprehend and work with the forces that shape reality itself. The practice of creating and interpreting alchemical symbols demands a unique combination of precise technical knowledge and profound spiritual insight. The symbols serve as bridges between the practical work of transformation and the philosophical understanding of what transformation truly means. In learning to read these ancient marks, practitioners develop not only the ability to conduct successful alchemical operations, but also a deeper appreciation for the miraculous nature of change itself. As the gentle glow of alchemical understanding illuminates your thoughts like the warm light of a perfectly tended furnace, consider which symbol of transformation would you choose to represent your own journey of growth and change, and what hidden potential within yourself might such a symbol help you discover and refine. Chapter 5. Constellation Magic and Star Charts. Above us stretches the vast tapestry of night, where ancient patterns of light have guided magical practice since the very dawn of wizarding civilization. Tonight, we turn our gaze upward to explore the profound connections between celestial movements and earthly magic, discovering how star charts became the first calendars of magical possibility. Imagine yourself standing atop the astronomy tower at Hogwarts on a perfectly clear night, the cool air carrying the faint scent of night-blooming magical plants from the greenhouse below. Above you, the stars shine with an intensity that seems almost magical in itself, each point of light connected to its neighbors by invisible lines that form the great constellations our ancestors used to map the ebb and flow of magical energy throughout the year. The discovery that celestial bodies influenced magical practice came early in wizarding history, born from the careful observations of practitioners who noticed that certain spells worked more effectively at specific times of night, while others seemed to draw additional power when cast under particular star patterns. These patient sky watchers gradually came to understand that the stars themselves were not merely distant suns, but active participants in the magical ecosystem that surrounded and permeated the Earth. Consider the magnificent constellation of Draco, the dragon that winds its way around the northern celestial pole, never setting below the horizon for observers in the northern hemisphere. Ancient magical astronomers recognized that Draco's constant presence made it an ideal timekeeper for magical rituals requiring precision and reliability. Spells cast when the dragon's head reached its highest point possessed enhanced strength and duration, while workings begun when the constellation's tail touched the horizon carried special properties of transformation and renewal. The seasonal constellations provided even more dramatic examples of celestial influence on magical practice. Orion, the mighty hunter, who dominates winter skies, brought with him energies particularly suited to protection magic and defensive spells. When Orion stood tall in the southern sky, wizards throughout the northern hemisphere found that their shield charms held more firmly, their protective barriers possessed greater resilience, and their detection spells could penetrate deeper into shadow and concealment. The brilliant stars of Orion's belt, those 3 jewels that mark the hunter's waist, served as a celestial clock for time-sensitive magical workings. Ancient spellcrafters learned to begin complex rituals when the belt stars reached specific positions relative to the horizon, ensuring that their magic would unfold in harmony with the cosmic forces flowing down from those distant suns. Summer brought the constellation of Cygnus, the swan whose graceful form stretches across the Milky Way, like a bridge between earthly and celestial realms. Under Cygnus's influence, divination magic reached new heights of clarity and accuracy. Seers and prophecy readers found that their visions came more easily when the swan constellation sailed high overhead, while communication spells could reach across vast distances with unprecedented reliability. The star maps created by ancient magical astronomers represented far more than simple charts of stellar positions. These were complex documents that encoded centuries of careful observation about how different star patterns influenced various types of magical practice. A properly constructed star chart served as both calendar and instruction manual, telling a wizard not only when specific constellations would be visible, but also what magical workings would be most favored under their influence. Picture one of these ancient charts, drawn on specially prepared parchment with inks that contain traces of meteoric dust and powdered moonstone. The constellation patterns appear as networks of silver lines connecting stars marked with symbols, indicating their magical properties. Marginal notes in several different hands record observations accumulated over generations, creating documents that represent the collective wisdom of entire magical lineages. The creation of accurate star charts required not only astronomical knowledge, but also deep understanding of magical theory and practice. The chart makers had to determine which stars truly influenced magical work, and which were merely decorative elements in the cosmic display. This process involved years of careful experimentation, comparing the results of identical spells cast under different stellar conditions to identify the subtle patterns that revealed celestial influence. Different magical cultures developed their own approaches to constellation magic, each emphasizing the star patterns most relevant to their particular geographical locations and magical traditions. Wizards living in the southern hemisphere worked with entirely different constellations, developing systems based on the Southern Cross, the Magellanic Clouds, and other celestial features invisible to their northern counterparts. The Egyptian magical tradition placed special emphasis on the constellation they called the Great Ship, which carried the soul of Osiris across the night sky. When this constellation reached its highest point during certain seasons, Egyptian wizards found that their mummification spells worked with extraordinary effectiveness, while resurrection magic drew unprecedented power from the stellar configuration. Chinese magical astronomers developed perhaps the most sophisticated system of celestial magic ever created, dividing the sky into 28 lunar mansions, each associated with specific types of magical work. Their star charts resembled complex mandalas, with layers of information indicating not only stellar positions, but also the flow of celestial chi and the optimal times for various magical practices. The integration of lunar phases with constellation magic created even more nuanced systems for timing magical work. A healing spell cast under the full moon, while the constellation Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, dominated the sky, possessed entirely different properties from the same spell performed during the new moon, under the influence of Lyra, the harp. These lunar stellar combinations were carefully catalogued in specialized almanacs that magical practitioners consulted when planning important workings. A wizard preparing to brew a particularly complex potion might wait months for the ideal celestial conditions, understanding that the enhanced effectiveness gained from perfect timing far outweighed the inconvenience of delay. The seasonal movement of constellations also influenced the development of magical calendars that differed significantly from their mundane counterparts. The magical year began not with the arbitrary date of January 1st, but with the spring equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, and the constellation patterns began their annual cycle of renewal. The summer solstice, when the sun reached its greatest strength and the night sky revealed its most powerful stellar configurations, marked the peak of the magical year. This was the time for the most ambitious workings, when experienced wizards attempted their greatest feats of magic under skies that blazed with supportive celestial energy. Autumn brought the harvest constellations, stellar patterns that favored magic related to preservation, storage, and preparation for the lean months ahead. The constellation Virgo, the maiden carrying her sheaf of grain, presided over spells that could extend the life of stored food, protect supplies from spoilage, and ensure that magical materials maintained their potency throughout the winter months. Winter's constellations, led by the brilliant Orion, emphasized protection, endurance, and the patient accumulation of magical knowledge. This was the season for deep study, when wizards retreated to their libraries and laboratories to perfect their understanding of magical theory, while the harsh weather outside provided natural barriers against distraction and interruption. The development of accurate timekeeping devices eventually reduced the practical importance of stellar magic for everyday spellcasting, but constellation magic never disappeared entirely from wizarding practice. Advanced practitioners continued to consult star charts when planning their most important workings, understanding that celestial timing could provide crucial advantages for complex or dangerous magic. Modern magical education includes basic astronomical knowledge as part of the standard curriculum, though most students learn only the fundamentals of how celestial bodies influence magical practice. Professor Sinistra's classes provide essential grounding in the observation and interpretation of stellar patterns, preparing students to understand the cosmic context within which all magic ultimately operates. Contemporary applications of constellation magic extend beyond traditional spellcasting to influence magical research and development. Experimental magic, conducted under optimal stellar conditions, often produces more reliable results, while the development of new spells benefits from the enhanced creativity and insight that certain star patterns seem to encourage. The astronomy tower at Hogwarts serves not only as a classroom but as an active observatory, where ongoing research into celestial magic continues to expand wizarding understanding of cosmic influences. Advanced students and visiting researchers use the tower's instruments to track subtle changes in stellar patterns and correlate them with variations in magical effectiveness throughout the school. Professional magical practitioners, particularly those involved in healing, divination, and magical research, often maintain their own star charts and celestial calendars. These modern documents combine traditional astronomical knowledge with contemporary magical theory, creating tools that help practitioners optimize the timing of their most important work. The night sky above us continues to turn in its ancient patterns, carrying forward the same celestial influences that guided our magical ancestors. Each constellation that rises and sets marks not only the passage of time, but the ebb and flow of cosmic energies that shape and enhance the magic we practice here on Earth. Standing beneath this vast celestial dome, feeling the gentle influence of starlight on your own magical awareness, you become part of a tradition that stretches back to the very beginning of organized magical practice. The stars that shine down on you tonight are the same ones that guided ancient wizards in their first attempts to understand and work with the cosmic forces that surround us. The study of constellation magic teaches patience, precision, and humility in the face of forces far greater than individual human will. The wizard who learns to work in harmony with celestial timing discovers that magic becomes not a struggle against natural forces, but a collaboration with the vast, ordered dance of cosmic energy that encompasses all existence. As the eternal patterns of starlight weave their silent magic across the dome of night above you, perhaps you might wonder, which constellation would you choose as your personal guide through the cosmos of magical possibility? And what celestial wisdom might its ancient light reveal about your own place in the grand design of magical existence? Chapter 6: House Crests and Heraldic Magic. In the great halls where family banners hang like windows into ancestral souls, where colors and symbols carry the weight of generations, heraldic magic weaves its quiet power through fabric and stone alike. Tonight, we explore how the noble art of heraldry became far more than mere decoration, transforming into a sophisticated system of magical identity and protection that continues to shape wizarding society. Imagine yourself walking through the portrait-lined corridors of an ancient wizarding manor, the walls adorned with coat of arms that seem to shimmer with their own inner light. Each heraldic display tells a story, not just of family history, but of magical legacy, with symbols that have been carefully chosen and magically charged to protect, inspire, and guide those who carry the family name. These are not simple decorations, but active magical constructs that pulse with the accumulated power of centuries. The development of heraldic magic emerged from the practical need to identify magical families and their particular areas of expertise during the tumultuous medieval period when wizarding society was establishing its fundamental structures. A family's coat of arms served as both introduction and protection, instantly communicating their magical heritage while providing mystical safeguards against those who might wish them harm. Consider the profound symbolism embedded within the Hogwarts house crests, perhaps the most famous examples of heraldic magic in the modern wizarding world. Each design represents not merely the preferences of its founder, but a carefully constructed magical formula that continues to influence the students sorted into these houses centuries after the founders' deaths. Gryffindor's golden lion, rampant on a field of scarlet, embodies courage and nobility in their most active forms. The lion's upright posture, with claws extended and mane flowing, creates a dynamic energy that naturally attracts brave souls and enhances their inherent boldness. When a young wizard is sorted into Gryffindor, they become part of a magical tradition that will subtly encourage and support acts of heroism and moral courage throughout their time at Hogwarts. The intricate symbolism continues in every detail of the Gryffindor crest. The scarlet background represents the fire of passion and determination, while the gold of the lion suggests the precious nature of true courage. Students who sleep in dormitories decorated with these symbols find that their dreams often feature themes of adventure and heroic achievement, as the heraldic magic works its subtle influence even during rest. Slytherin's silver serpent, elegantly curved against a field of emerald green, speaks to the sophisticated nature of ambition and cunning. The serpent's sinuous form suggests adaptability and wisdom, while its silver coloring indicates the precious nature of strategic thinking. The green background evokes the depths of hidden knowledge and the patient growth that characterizes true achievement. The magical properties of the Slytherin crest work to enhance natural leadership abilities while encouraging the kind of long-term thinking that builds lasting success. Students influenced by this heraldic magic often develop exceptional strategic minds and the ability to see opportunities that others might overlook. Ravenclaw's bronze eagle soaring against a field of blue represents the ascending nature of knowledge and the freedom that comes from understanding. The eagle's wings, spread wide in flight, suggest the limitless nature of intellectual exploration, while the bronze coloring indicates the valuable nature of wisdom earned through study and reflection. The blue background of the Ravenclaw crest symbolizes the vast sky of possibility that opens to those who pursue knowledge with dedication and passion. Students sleeping beneath banners bearing this design often experience particularly vivid and instructive dreams, as the heraldic magic enhances their natural curiosity and learning ability. Hufflepuff's black badger, steadfast against a field of yellow, embodies the quiet strength of loyalty and hard work. The badger's compact, determined form represents the power of persistence and the protective nature of those who defend their communities. The contrast between the black badger and yellow background creates a visual tension that speaks to the dynamic balance between humility and pride in honest achievement. The magical influence of the Hufflepuff crest works to strengthen bonds of friendship and enhance the satisfaction that comes from work well done. Students influenced by this heraldic magic often develop exceptional social skills and the ability to find joy in helping others achieve their goals. Beyond the famous house crests of Hogwarts, countless wizarding families throughout history have developed their own heraldic systems, each uniquely designed to reflect and enhance their particular magical heritage. The ancient Black family, for instance, employed a coat of arms featuring a raven on a silver field, with the family motto Toujours Pur displayed beneath. This heraldic combination created magical resonances that strengthened family bonds while emphasizing the importance of magical heritage. The construction of effective heraldic magic requires deep understanding of both symbolic meaning and magical theory. The colors chosen for a family crest must harmonize with the magical temperament of the lineage, while the symbols selected must accurately represent the family's core values and magical specialties. A family known for healing magic might incorporate symbols of growth and renewal, while those specializing in defensive magic would choose emblems suggesting protection and strength. The magical charging of heraldic symbols involves complex rituals that imbue the visual elements with actual magical power. This process typically requires the participation of multiple family members across several generations, as the accumulated magical intent of many individuals strengthens the heraldic magic far beyond what any single wizard could achieve alone. Professional heralds, specialized wizards trained in the creation and maintenance of magical coat of arms, played crucial roles in ensuring that new heraldic designs possessed both aesthetic appeal and magical effectiveness. These experts understood the subtle interactions between different symbolic elements and could predict how various combinations would influence the families that adopted them. The colors used in heraldic magic carry their own specific magical properties that interact with the symbolic elements they accompany. Gold represents the solar principle, enhancing magical work related to healing, growth, and positive transformation. Silver embodies the lunar principle, strengthening divination, intuition, and protective magic. Red energizes symbols related to courage, passion, and active magic, while blue enhances wisdom, communication, and scholarly pursuits. Green in heraldic magic connects to the earth element and magic related to growth, prosperity, and natural harmony. Purple, the most rare and expensive heraldic color, was reserved for families with exceptional magical power or royal connections, as it naturally amplifies all forms of magical energy. Black, far from being negative, represents the protective void that shields against harmful influences and the fertile darkness from which new growth emerges. The positioning and interaction of symbolic elements within a heraldic design creates additional layers of magical meaning. A lion and serpent displayed together might represent the balanced combination of courage and wisdom, while a phoenix rising above a castle could symbolize a family's ability to rebuild and renew itself after adversity. Heraldic magic also influenced the development of magical authentication systems, as family crests served as unique magical signatures that were extremely difficult to forge or replicate. Official documents bearing the proper heraldic seals carried magical guarantees of authenticity that helped prevent fraud and deception in wizarding commerce and governance. The tradition of heraldic magic extended beyond individual families to encompass institutions, guilds, and other organizations within wizarding society. The International Confederation of Wizards employs an elaborate coat of arms that symbolizes unity among diverse magical cultures, while professional organizations like the Society of Master Potioneers use heraldic designs that enhance the magical effectiveness of their members' work. Modern applications of heraldic magic continue to evolve as new wizarding families establish themselves and existing lineages adapt their traditional symbols to contemporary circumstances. The magical properties of family crests remain as relevant today as they were centuries ago, providing ongoing sources of strength, identity, and protection for those who understand their power. The study of heraldic magic requires not only artistic sensibility, but also deep appreciation for the ways in which symbols can influence magical practice over extended periods. A well-designed family crest becomes a magical legacy that strengthens and guides descendants for generations, creating threads of continuity that help preserve magical knowledge and tradition across the centuries. In the quiet moments when you find yourself surrounded by the heraldic displays of ancient wizarding families, you become aware of the vast network of magical relationships and influences that connect all members of the wizarding community. Each crest represents not just a family's history, but their ongoing contribution to the larger tapestry of magical society. The creation of personal heraldic magic offers opportunities for contemporary wizards to establish their own magical legacies, designing symbols that will guide and protect their descendants long after they themselves have passed into memory. This process requires careful consideration of one's deepest values and magical aspirations, as the symbols chosen will influence family members for generations to come. Standing before a particularly magnificent display of heraldic magic, feeling the subtle emanations of protective and inspirational energy that flow from these carefully crafted symbols, you might find yourself contemplating the profound question of magical identity and legacy that these ancient arts address. As the gentle glow of heraldic wisdom surrounds you like the warm light cast by ancient family banners, consider what symbols would you choose to represent your own magical legacy, and how might such emblems guide and protect those who follow in your footsteps through the generations yet to come. Chapter 7. Ancient Wand Symbols and Wand Lore. In the hushed reverence of Ollivander's shop, where thousands of wands rest in their narrow boxes like sleeping spirits awaiting awakening, ancient symbols carved into wood and bone whisper secrets of magical partnership that stretch back to the very dawn of wandcraft. Tonight, we explore the profound tradition of wand symbolism, where every mark etched into these magical implements serves to deepen the sacred bond between wizard and wand. Imagine yourself holding an ancient wand, its surface worn smooth by generations of magical use, yet still bearing the faint traces of symbols carved by its original maker centuries ago. These marks, barely visible to casual observation, pulse with a gentle warmth beneath your fingers, as if responding to your magical presence. Each symbol represents not mere decoration, but a carefully chosen enhancement that shapes how magical energy flows through the wand and influences the relationship between the implement and its wielder. The tradition of symbolic wand carving emerged in the earliest days of wand making, when craftsmen discovered that certain marks and patterns could significantly enhance a wand's magical properties. These early wand makers, working by candlelight in workshops filled with the sweet scents of magical woods and core materials, gradually developed a sophisticated symbolic language that could communicate the wand's intended specialties and characteristics to those trained to interpret such markings. Consider the elegant spiral patterns that often grace the handles of wands crafted from vine wood. These ascending helical designs represent the natural growth pattern of the vine itself, but they also serve a deeper magical purpose, creating channels that help magical energy flow more smoothly from the wizard's hand into the wand's core. The spiral symbol connects the wand to ancient concepts of cosmic energy and natural harmony, enhancing spells that work with rather than against natural forces. Celtic knotwork, with its intricate patterns of interwoven lines that have no beginning or end, frequently appears on wands made from woods native to the British Isles. These complex designs serve as magical circuit diagrams, creating pathways that allow different types of magical energy to interact and combine within the wand's structure. A wand bearing Celtic knotwork symbols often demonstrates exceptional versatility, capable of channeling complex spells that require the coordination of multiple magical disciplines. The runic alphabets of Northern European wand-making traditions provided another rich source of symbolic enhancement for magical implements. A wand might bear the rune for protection carved near its tip, ensuring that defensive spells cast through it would carry additional strength and resilience. The rune for wisdom, etched into the handle, could enhance the clarity of thought needed for complex transfiguration work, while the rune for communication might improve the effectiveness of charms related to messaging and long-distance magic. Ancient Egyptian wand makers developed their own distinctive symbolic traditions, incorporating hieroglyphic elements that connected their wands to the cosmic forces revered in their magical practices. The Ankh symbol, representing life and divine protection, might be carved into a wand intended for healing work, while the Eye of Horus could enhance divination capabilities and protect against malevolent magical influences. The materials used for these symbolic carvings carried their own magical significance, adding additional layers of meaning and power to the finished wands. Silver inlay work created symbols that resonated with lunar magic and enhanced spells cast during nighttime hours. Gold inlay connected the wand to solar energies and strengthened magic performed during daylight. Precious gems, carefully selected for their magical properties, might be set into carved symbols to create focal points for specific types of magical energy. Different wand-making families developed their own traditional symbolic vocabularies, passed down through generations of craftsmen who guarded their secrets carefully. The Ollivander family, with their centuries of wand-making expertise, employed symbols that emphasized the harmony between wood, core, and wielder. Their designs often featured flowing, organic patterns that seemed to grow naturally from the wand's surface, rather than appearing as imposed decorations. The placement of symbols on a wand's surface follows principles as precise as those governing the selection of wood and core materials. Symbols near the wand's tip influence how magic emanates from the implement, affecting the shape and intensity of spells as they leave the wand. Markings along the shaft guide magical energy as it flows through the wand, while symbols on the handle connect with the wizard's own magical emanations, creating harmony between human and implement. Personalization symbols represent one of the most intimate aspects of wand decoration, as these marks create unique connections between specific wands and their intended wielders. A wand maker might carve a constellation pattern for a wizard born under particularly favorable stars, or incorporate symbols representing the wielder's magical specialties and personal characteristics. These personalized markings help ensure that the wand will respond optimally to its intended owner's magical style and temperament. The creation of symbolic wand decorations requires not only artistic skill, but also deep understanding of magical theory and the specific properties of different materials. A symbol carved incorrectly or placed inappropriately can actually impede a wand's performance, creating interference patterns that disrupt the smooth flow of magical energy. Master wand makers spend years learning to read the subtle signs that indicate where and how symbols should be placed for optimal effect. Protective symbols form a crucial category of wand decoration, as these markings help shield both the wand and its wielder from various forms of magical harm. Ancient protection sigils might be carved in locations where they remain invisible during normal use, but activate automatically when the wand encounters hostile magic. These defensive symbols can deflect curses, prevent magical overload, and maintain the wand's integrity during intense magical combat. The evolution of wand symbolism reflects broader changes in magical understanding and practice over the centuries. Early symbols tended to be large and obvious, as ancient wand makers were still learning how magical energy interacted with carved markings. Later traditions developed increasingly subtle approaches, creating symbols so small and delicate that they could only be detected through careful magical examination. Regional variations in symbolic traditions created distinct schools of wand decoration that reflected local magical cultures and available materials. Scandinavian wand makers favored bold, angular designs inspired by their runic heritage, while Mediterranean craftsmen developed flowing, organic patterns that echoed the natural forms found in their warm climate. These regional differences meant that an experienced wizard could often identify a wand's origin simply by examining its symbolic decorations. The decline of elaborate wand symbolism began with the Industrial Revolution, as mass production techniques made it more economical to create simple, undecorated wands for the growing wizarding population. However, the finest wand makers continued to create symbolically enhanced implements for discerning customers who understood the value of these traditional techniques. Modern wand lore recognizes that symbolic decoration represents one of the most sophisticated methods for fine-tuning a wand's magical properties. Contemporary wand makers who maintain these traditional skills often find their products highly sought after by professional wizards, whose work demands the highest levels of magical precision and reliability. The study of ancient wand symbols provides insights not only into wand-making techniques, but also into the magical worldviews of past civilizations. Each symbolic tradition reflects the values, beliefs, and magical practices of its creators, offering windows into how different cultures understood the relationship between wizard and wand. Advanced students of wand lore often specialize in the interpretation of symbolic markings, developing the expertise needed to assess antique wands and determine their provenance and capabilities. This knowledge proves invaluable for curse breakers, magical historians, and collectors who encounter wands with mysterious or partially obliterated symbolic decorations. The symbolic enhancement of wands also influenced other magical implements, as craftsmen applied similar techniques to staffs, magical jewelry, and enchanted tools. The principles governing symbolic wand decoration provided templates for enhancing any object intended to channel or focus magical energy. In the gentle light filtering through Ollivander's dusty windows, surrounded by the quiet presence of thousands of sleeping wands, you become aware of the profound tradition of craftsmanship and magical knowledge that these implements represent. Each wand, whether simple or elaborately decorated, carries within its structure the accumulated wisdom of centuries of magical practice. The symbols carved into ancient wands serve as bridges between past and present, connecting contemporary wizards with the insights and innovations of their magical ancestors. When you hold a wand bearing traditional symbolic decorations, you become part of an unbroken chain of magical practice that stretches back to the very beginning of organized wizarding culture. Standing in this temple of wandcraft, feeling the subtle emanations of magical energy that surround these carefully crafted implements, you might find yourself drawn to contemplate the deeper meanings embedded in the ancient symbols that grace the finest examples of the wandmaker's art. As the peaceful atmosphere of this sacred space settles around you like the gentle warmth of well-seasoned magical wood, consider what symbol would you choose to have carved into your perfect wand, and how might such a marking reflect and enhance your own unique approach to the practice of magic. Chapter 8. Magical Seals and Binding Symbols. Within the deepest vaults where dangerous knowledge must be contained, where ancient powers sleep behind barriers of symbol and intent, magical seals stand as silent guardians against forces that must never again walk freely in the world. Tonight, we delve into the profound art of binding magic, where symbols become locks that can hold fast against the strongest magical pressures and the most determined attempts at escape. Picture yourself standing before the entrance to the Department of Mysteries, where the simple wooden door bears no obvious markings yet radiates an aura of absolute prohibition that makes your magical senses recoil instinctively. This apparently plain portal conceals some of the most sophisticated sealing magic ever created, with binding symbols worked into its very structure, so subtly that they remain invisible to all but the most expert examination. These hidden seals do not merely lock the door, but create a barrier that exists on multiple levels of reality simultaneously. The development of magical sealing arose from the urgent need to contain forces and entities that posed existential threats to wizarding society. Early practitioners discovered that certain combinations of symbols could create barriers far more effective than any physical restraint, capable of holding not just creatures and objects but abstract concepts like curses, prophecies, and forbidden knowledge itself. Consider the elegant complexity of a containment seal designed to hold a powerful dark artifact. The primary binding circle, drawn in specially prepared silver ink infused with powdered moonstone, creates the foundation barrier, that prevents the artifact's malevolent influence from extending beyond its designated boundaries. Within this circle, secondary symbols work like the gears of an impossibly complex magical mechanism, each one serving a specific function in maintaining the overall containment. The anchor points, marked with symbols resembling interwoven chains, create permanent connections between the seal and the fundamental forces of reality itself. These symbols ensure that the binding cannot be broken simply by disrupting the physical markings, but must instead overcome the seal's connection to the very foundations of magical law. An artifact bound with properly constructed anchor symbols remains contained even if the visible seal is damaged or partially destroyed. Resonance dampeners, appearing as spiral patterns that seem to draw energy inward toward their centers, prevent the contained entity from building up sufficient magical pressure to burst free. These symbols work continuously, absorbing and dissipating any accumulation of power that might eventually overwhelm the binding. The spirals turn slowly but perceptibly, visible evidence of the constant magical work being performed to maintain the seal's integrity. The creation of effective magical seals requires unprecedented precision in both symbolic design and magical implementation. Each line must be drawn with perfect accuracy, as even minor deviations can create weak points that determined entities might exploit over time. The materials used for creating seals must be of the highest quality, often incorporating rare substances that naturally resist magical corruption and decay. Temporal binding symbols represent one of the most sophisticated developments in sealing magic, creating barriers that become stronger rather than weaker as time passes. These symbols, which often resemble complex geometric patterns that seem to shift and evolve when observed closely, draw energy from the passage of time itself. Ancient seals incorporating temporal binding elements have been known to remain fully effective for millennia, their power actually increasing as the centuries accumulate. The study of binding symbols reveals the profound relationship between intent and magical effect in sealing work. Unlike other forms of magic that rely primarily on proper technique and sufficient power, sealing magic depends heavily on the absolute determination of its creator to maintain the containment indefinitely. A seal created with any doubt or reservation in the creator's mind will inevitably develop weaknesses that can be exploited by sufficiently persistent opposition. Layered sealing systems, employing multiple independent binding symbols that work in concert, provide the highest levels of security for the most dangerous containments. Each layer operates according to different magical principles, ensuring that an entity capable of overcoming one type of binding will still face additional barriers designed according to entirely different theoretical foundations. The outer containment layer might employ physical binding symbols that create barriers resembling unbreakable walls or impenetrable fields of force. These symbols work by manipulating the fundamental forces that govern matter and energy, creating regions where normal physical laws are suspended or altered to prevent escape. Conceptual binding layers target the essential nature of the contained entity, using symbols that prevent it from exercising its core abilities or manifesting its fundamental characteristics. A malevolent spirit might find itself unable to influence minds or inspire fear, while a cursed object could be prevented from affecting its surroundings, despite remaining physically present. Informational seals prevent knowledge of the containment from spreading beyond authorized individuals, using symbols that create blind spots in perception and memory. These sophisticated bindings ensure that even those who encounter sealed entities cannot retain clear memories of the experience or communicate what they have witnessed to others. The most powerful sealing systems incorporate reactive elements that automatically strengthen in response to escape attempts. These adaptive symbols monitor the contained entity continuously, detecting any buildup of power or systematic probing for weaknesses. When such activity is detected, the reactive symbols trigger additional layers of binding that specifically counter the attempted escape method. Historical examples of major sealing work provide sobering illustrations of both the power and the limitations of binding magic. The great seals that contained the dark artifacts hidden in the deepest vaults of Gringotts Bank incorporated symbols drawn from a dozen different magical traditions, creating barriers so complex that fully understanding their operation required teams of experts working for years. The creation of the Fidelius charm represents perhaps the most elegant application of binding symbol principles to protective magic. While the charm itself operates through spoken incantations, its underlying structure follows the same theoretical framework as traditional sealing magic, creating barriers that exist in the realm of information and perception rather than physical space. Regional variations in sealing traditions reflect different cultural approaches to the containment of dangerous forces. Eastern European binding magic emphasized permanent, inflexible seals designed to maintain containment regardless of external circumstances. These symbols, often carved directly into stone or metal, created barriers intended to last for geological timeframes. Western European traditions favored more sophisticated seals that could be modified or strengthened as circumstances required. These adaptable bindings used symbols that could be reconfigured by authorized wizards, allowing for adjustments to containment protocols as understanding of the sealed entities evolved over time. The decline of traditional sealing knowledge during the modern era has created significant challenges for contemporary wizarding security. Many ancient containments remain in place, but are no longer fully understood by current practitioners, creating situations where seals cannot be safely modified or repaired if they begin to weaken. Efforts to preserve and transmit sealing knowledge have become increasingly urgent as the wizarding world confronts threats that may require containment measures beyond the capabilities of conventional magic. The study of ancient binding symbols has become a specialized field within magical research, with experts working to decode and understand sealing techniques that have been lost for centuries. The psychological aspects of sealing magic cannot be overlooked, as the constant awareness of contained dangers can profoundly affect those responsible for maintaining these barriers. The guardians of sealed entities often develop distinctive mental disciplines that allow them to remain vigilant without becoming paralyzed by the magnitude of the forces they keep in check. Modern applications of sealing principles extend beyond the containment of dangerous entities to include the protection of sensitive information, the securing of magical facilities, and the prevention of unauthorized access to restricted areas. These contemporary uses demonstrate the continued relevance of ancient binding techniques in addressing current security challenges. The ethical implications of sealing magic raise profound questions about the balance between security and freedom, particularly when dealing with sentient entities that may not be inherently evil but simply too dangerous to remain uncontained. The creation of permanent bindings represents a form of magical imprisonment that carries significant moral weight for those who wield such power. In the hushed sanctity of secured chambers where the most important seals maintain their eternal vigil, you become aware of the tremendous responsibility carried by those who create and maintain these magical barriers. Each binding symbol represents not just technical achievement, but a solemn commitment to protect the world from forces that must never again be allowed to roam free. The study of sealing magic reveals the profound depths of magical knowledge and the sophisticated understanding required to work with forces that exist at the very boundaries of what magic can accomplish. These ancient techniques represent some of humanity's greatest achievements in the realm of protective magic, standing in the essence of these powerful binding symbols, feeling the subtle emanations of contained forces pressing against their barriers. You might find yourself contemplating the delicate balance between the power to bind and the wisdom to know what should remain forever sealed. As the weight of this ancient knowledge settles around you, like the reassuring strength of walls that can never be breached, consider what force or knowledge would you choose to seal away forever, and what symbols would you trust to maintain such a binding across the endless passage of time. Chapter 9. Sacred Animals in Magical Symbolism. In the realm where earthly creatures transcend their physical forms to become vessels of profound magical meaning, where the image of a phoenix carries the power of rebirth, and the silhouette of a dragon commands respect for ancient wisdom, animal symbolism weaves its primal magic through every aspect of wizarding tradition. Tonight we journey into the sacred menagerie of magical meaning, where each creature's essence has been distilled into symbols that channel their unique powers. Imagine yourself walking through the forbidden forest at twilight, when the boundary between the symbolic and the real becomes thin as mist. Here, among the ancient trees whose bark bears carved images of sacred animals, you can feel the profound connection between living creatures and the symbols that represent their deepest magical nature. A carving of a phoenix glows with warm, golden light that seems to pulse with the rhythm of renewal itself, while the etched form of a dragon emanates an aura of protective power that has watched over this grove for countless generations. The transformation of living animals into magical symbols began in the earliest days of wizarding civilization, when shamanic practitioners recognized that certain creatures possessed qualities that transcended their physical existence. These early magical theorists understood that by capturing the essential nature of powerful animals in symbolic form, they could invoke and channel those same qualities in their magical workings. Consider the majestic phoenix, whose symbolic representation appears throughout wizarding culture as the ultimate emblem of renewal and transformation. When ancient symbol makers first attempted to capture the phoenix's essence in visual form, they discovered that the mere act of drawing the creature's likeness could imbue objects with regenerative properties. Phoenix symbols carved into healing implements enhanced their effectiveness, while phoenix motifs worked into protective charms granted them the ability to restore themselves after being damaged or depleted. The phoenix symbol itself evolved over centuries of magical practice, with different cultures developing their own interpretations of the creature's essential form. Egyptian magical traditions depicted the phoenix with elaborate plumage and solar disk imagery, emphasizing its connection to cycles of death and rebirth that mirrored the daily journey of the sun across the sky. Celtic interpretations focused on the creature's flames, creating phoenix symbols that seemed to flicker and dance with inner fire, even when carved into cold stone. The dragon, that most powerful and ancient of magical creatures, provided symbol makers with perhaps the greatest challenge in their attempts to capture supernatural essence in visual form. Dragons represent such vast complexity of meaning that no single symbol could contain all their attributes. Instead, different aspects of draconic nature were emphasized in different symbolic traditions. Eastern dragon symbols emphasized wisdom, cosmic knowledge, and the harmonious flow of magical energy through natural systems. These flowing, serpentine designs seem to move with liquid grace even when rendered in static materials, creating symbols that enhanced meditation practices and deepened magical understanding. Scrolls bearing Eastern dragon symbols were particularly prized by magical scholars, as they seemed to make complex texts easier to comprehend and remember. Western dragon symbolism focused more heavily on power, protection, and the fierce guardianship of precious treasures. These symbols, with their emphasis on sharp claws, powerful wings, and intimidating presence, were favored for protective magic and defensive enchantments. Shields bearing dragon symbols were said to make their bearers nearly invulnerable in magical combat, while dragon motifs carved into vault doors created barriers that few would dare attempt to breach. The unicorn's symbolic power drew from its absolute purity and its ability to detect and neutralize corruption in all its forms. Unicorn symbols carved into healing implements could identify cursed wounds that might otherwise remain hidden, while unicorn motifs worked into protective charms created barriers specifically attuned to repelling dark magic. The flowing mane and single horn of the unicorn symbol created distinctive energy patterns that resonated with the highest forms of magical practice. Different artistic interpretations of unicorn symbolism emphasized various aspects of the creature's nature. Some depicted the unicorn in motion, emphasizing its wild, untamable spirit and its connection to the freedom of natural magic. Others showed the creature at rest, highlighting its peaceful nature and its role as a guardian of innocence and purity. The stag, representing nobility, sacrifice, and the protective power of paternal love, became one of the most personally meaningful animal symbols in wizarding culture. Stag symbols could create powerful protective barriers that drew their strength from the wielder's deepest emotional connections, making them particularly effective for defending loved ones against harm. The branching antlers of stag symbols were often used to represent family trees and lineage connections, creating visual representations of magical inheritance and ancestral protection. Patronus magic represents perhaps the most sophisticated application of animal symbolism in contemporary wizarding practice. When a wizard casts a Patronus charm, they are not merely creating a silvery animal form, but invoking the deepest symbolic meanings associated with their particular animal guide. The Patronus draws its power not just from happy memories, but from the profound magical resonance between the caster's nature and the symbolic essence of their animal form. The doe, with its gentle strength and nurturing protection, creates Patronus forms that excel at shielding others from harm while providing comfort and healing in times of distress. Doe Patronuses seem to radiate an aura of safety that can calm even the most frightened individuals, making them particularly effective against dementors and other creatures that feed on despair and fear. The wolf, representing loyalty, pack bonds, and fierce devotion to chosen family, manifests in Patronus form as a guardian that will never abandon its pack. Wolf Patronuses demonstrate remarkable persistence and tactical intelligence, often working in coordination with other Patronus forms to create complex defensive strategies that no single guardian could accomplish alone. House animals carry their own profound symbolic meanings that have influenced wizarding culture in countless subtle ways. The cat, with its connection to magical independence and intuitive wisdom, appears in symbols that enhance divination work and strengthen the practitioner's connection to subtle magical currents. Cat symbols carved into scrying tools improve their sensitivity, while cat motifs worked into protective charms create barriers that adapt automatically to changing threats. The owl, representing wisdom, communication, and the ability to see clearly in darkness, provides symbols that enhance all forms of magical messaging and knowledge-seeking. Owl symbols carved into library furniture seem to help researchers locate exactly the information they need, while owl motifs worked into communication devices improve their range and reliability. Even common creatures carry significant symbolic weight when their essences are properly understood and channeled. The rabbit, representing fertility, new beginnings, and the quick thinking needed to escape danger, creates symbols that enhance creativity and problem-solving abilities. Rabbit symbols are often incorporated into tools used for innovative magical research, where their influence helps practitioners think outside conventional boundaries. The horse, symbolizing freedom, noble service, and the bridge between earthly and spiritual realms, appears in symbols that enhance magical transportation and communication across great distances. Horse symbols carved into traveling gear provide protection during long journeys, while horse motifs worked into communication spells help messages reach their destinations more quickly and reliably. Marine creatures add their own unique symbolic properties to the magical lexicon. The dolphin, representing intelligence, playfulness, and harmonious cooperation, creates symbols that enhance group magical workings and improve communication between practitioners. Dolphin symbols are particularly favored in educational settings, where their influence helps create atmospheres of collaborative learning and mutual support. The octopus, with its remarkable intelligence and ability to solve complex problems, provides symbols that enhance analytical thinking and strategic planning. Octopus motifs are often incorporated into tools used for curse breaking and magical investigation, where their influence helps practitioners unravel the most complicated magical puzzles. The integration of animal symbols into architectural magic creates living spaces that resonate with the qualities of specific creatures. A home decorated with phoenix symbols will naturally promote healing and renewal among its inhabitants, while dragon motifs worked into a building structure provide powerful protection against intrusion and attack. Modern applications of animal symbolism continue to evolve as wizarding understanding of creature behavior and magical theory advances. Magizoologists often incorporate animal symbols into their research tools and protective equipment, using the symbolic essence of creatures to enhance their ability to communicate with and understand living magical beings. The study of animal symbolism requires not only knowledge of magical theory, but also deep appreciation for the natural world and its countless forms of life. Each creature, from the mightiest dragon to the humblest garden gnome, possesses unique qualities that can be channeled and enhanced through proper symbolic representation. Standing in this imagined grove where carved animal symbols pulse with their own inner light, you become aware of the vast network of meaning and power that connects all living things through the medium of symbolic magic. Each creature's essence, when properly captured and channeled, becomes a bridge between human understanding and the deeper mysteries of magical existence. The practice of creating and using animal symbols teaches respect for all forms of life, while providing practical methods for enhancing magical work through connection with natural powers. These ancient techniques remind us that human magic is not separate from the natural world, but deeply intertwined with the life force that animates all creation. As the gentle presence of these sacred animal symbols surrounds you like a protective circle of benevolent guardians, each offering their unique gifts of wisdom, power, and protection, you might find yourself wondering which animal's symbolic essence calls most strongly to your spirit, and what magical qualities might such a connection awaken within your own practice of the magical arts. Chapter 10: Elemental Symbols and Natural Magic. Where earth meets sky and fire dances with water, where the fundamental forces that shape our world reveal themselves through symbols as ancient as creation itself, elemental magic weaves its eternal patterns through the very fabric of magical practice. Tonight, we explore how the four classical elements found expression in symbolic form, creating bridges between human understanding and the primal energies that govern all existence. Imagine yourself standing in a circular chamber, where the walls themselves embody the four elements, each quarter dedicated to earth, air, fire, and water respectively. The symbols carved into these walls seem to pulse with their own inner life, creating subtle currents of elemental energy that flow through the room in perfect harmony. Here you can feel the profound truth that elemental symbols represent not merely abstract concepts, but living connections to the fundamental forces that sustain all magical practice. The development of elemental symbolism arose from humanity's earliest attempts to understand and work with the natural forces that surrounded them. Ancient magical practitioners, observing the constant interplay between Earth's stability, air's movement, fire's transformation, and water's fluidity, gradually came to understand that these elements represented more than physical substances. They were the building blocks of reality itself, the primary forces from which all other magical energies emerged. Consider the earth element, represented in its most basic form by the downward-pointing triangle with a horizontal line through its center. This simple yet profound symbol captures the essential nature of Earth, as the foundation upon which all other elements operate. The downward triangle suggests the drawing of energy toward a stable center, while the horizontal line indicates the solid, reliable platform that Earth provides for magical workings. Earth symbols carved into the foundations of magical buildings create environments where spells related to growth, healing, and material manifestation work with enhanced effectiveness. The earth element's influence promotes stability and permanence, making it ideal for magic intended to create lasting changes in the physical world. Gardens protected by earth symbols flourish with unusual vigor, while treasures hidden within earth symbol wards remain secure against both magical and mundane threats. The complexity of earth symbolism extends far beyond its basic triangular form. Mountain symbols with their peaks reaching toward the sky, while their foundations remain firmly planted, represent the earth element's connection to both stability and aspiration. Crystal symbols capture Earth's ability to focus and amplify magical energies, while tree symbols embody Earth's living, growing aspect that connects the underground realm with the world above. Air element symbolism, depicted through the upward-pointing triangle, speaks to the lifting, expanding nature of atmospheric forces and their connection to thought, communication, and spiritual insight. Air symbols seem to create gentle currents of energy that enhance mental clarity and improve the effectiveness of spells related to divination, communication, and intellectual pursuits. The flowing nature of air element symbols makes them particularly effective for magic that must travel across great distances or penetrate barriers that would stop more solid forms of energy. Wind symbols carved into messaging devices help ensure that communications reach their intended recipients regardless of physical obstacles, while storm symbols can provide protection against atmospheric disturbances and magical interference. Cloud symbols represent air's ability to gather and condense ethereal energies into more substantial forms, making them valuable for magic that seeks to manifest ideas into reality. Feather symbols capture air's gentle, uplifting influence, often appearing in charms designed to ease burdens or lighten spirits during difficult times. Fire element symbolism, embodied in the upward-pointing triangle, radiates the transformative power that has made fire central to magical practice since ancient times. Fire symbols create focal points of intense energy that can purify, transform, and energize other magical workings. The mere presence of properly constructed fire symbols can raise the ambient magical energy in an area, making all spells cast there more powerful and effective. The dynamic nature of fire symbols requires careful handling, as their power can overwhelm more delicate magical workings if not properly controlled. Flame symbols carved into magical tools enhance their cutting and transformative abilities, while solar symbols connect fire magic to the regular cycles of day and night, ensuring that fire-based spells draw maximum power during daylight hours. Lightning symbols capture fire's most dramatic and sudden manifestation, representing breakthrough moments when accumulated energy discharges in powerful bursts of transformation. These symbols are particularly valued in magic related to sudden inspiration, dramatic healing, or the removal of persistent obstacles that have resisted gentler approaches. Water element symbolism, represented by the downward-pointing triangle, embodies the flowing, adaptive nature of liquid forces and their connection to emotion, intuition, and purification. Water symbols create gentle but persistent influences that can gradually reshape magical environments, much as flowing water eventually carves new channels through solid rock. The cleansing properties of water symbols make them essential components of purification rituals and protective magic designed to wash away negative influences. Temples and sacred spaces often incorporate water symbols into their architectural design, creating environments where visitors naturally feel refreshed and renewed. Ocean symbols represent water's vast, mysterious depths and its connection to the unconscious mind and hidden knowledge. These symbols enhance divination practices and deep meditative work, helping practitioners access wisdom that lies below the surface of ordinary consciousness. River symbols capture water's flowing, directional nature, making them valuable for magic that guides energy along specific paths or toward particular goals. Rain symbols embody water's life-giving properties and its ability to nurture growth and renewal. Gardens blessed with rain symbols flourish even during dry seasons, while healing spaces decorated with these symbols promote faster recovery and emotional restoration. The interaction between different elemental symbols creates some of the most sophisticated effects in natural magic. Earth and water symbols combined produce influences that promote steady, sustainable growth, making them ideal for agricultural magic and long-term healing work. Air and fire symbols together create dynamic combinations that enhance communication and inspire creative breakthroughs. The balance between opposing elements provides crucial insights into the nature of magical harmony. Fire and water symbols, when properly balanced, create steam-like energies that can penetrate barriers and carry magical influences into previously inaccessible areas. Earth and air symbols together produce effects that ground ethereal insights into practical applications. Seasonal elemental magic draws upon the natural cycles that govern the prominence of different elements throughout the year. Spring magic emphasizes the combination of earth and air, promoting new growth and fresh beginnings. Summer magic focuses on fire's transformative power, enhanced by air's dynamic movement. Autumn magic blends earth's harvesting energy with water's preserving influence, creating ideal conditions for storage and preparation. Winter magic combines water's flowing properties with earth's stable foundation, promoting deep rest and internal renewal. The creation of elemental symbols requires understanding not only their individual properties, but but also their complex interactions with environmental factors. Symbols carved during appropriate seasonal conditions demonstrate enhanced effectiveness, while those created during opposing seasons may require additional supporting magic to achieve their full potential. Geographic considerations also influence elemental symbol effectiveness. Earth symbols work most powerfully in mountainous regions or areas with rich soil, while water symbols achieve maximum effect near natural water sources. Air symbols gain strength at high altitudes or in areas with strong prevailing winds, while fire symbols draw power from sunny, dry environments. Modern applications of elemental symbolism extend throughout contemporary magical practice. Hospitals often incorporate water symbols into their healing wing designs, while schools use air symbols to enhance learning environments. Agricultural communities rely on earth symbols to improve crop yields, while magical researchers employ fire symbols to energize their experimental work. The study of elemental symbolism provides fundamental training for any wizard seeking to understand the deeper principles governing magical practice. These symbols represent the building blocks from which more complex magical systems emerge. Elemental symbol meditation, practiced in chambers designed to emphasize particular elemental influences, helps practitioners develop deeper connections with natural forces. Regular exposure to balanced elemental symbolism promotes magical stability and enhances the practitioner's ability to work harmoniously with environmental energies. The psychological effects of elemental symbols cannot be overlooked, as different elements resonate with different aspects of human nature. Earth symbols promote feelings of security and groundedness, while air symbols encourage mental clarity and communication. Fire symbols inspire passion and transformation, while water symbols foster emotional healing and intuitive insight. Contemporary elemental magic continues to evolve as wizarding understanding of natural forces advances. New discoveries about the subtle interactions between elements lead to innovative symbolic designs that achieve effects previously thought impossible. Experimental elemental gardens use carefully arranged symbol patterns to create microenvironments that support the growth of rare magical plants requiring specific elemental conditions. Standing in this imagined elemental chamber, feeling the gentle currents of natural energy that flow between Earth's stability, air's movement, fire's passion, and water's wisdom, you become aware of your own place within the great cycle of elemental forces that sustains all existence. The harmony between elemental symbols reminds us that effective magic emerges not from dominating natural forces, but from understanding and cooperating with them. The greatest magical achievements occur when human intention aligns perfectly with the fundamental energies that govern the natural world. As the eternal dance of elemental energies swirls around you, like the gentle breathing of the world itself, each force offering its unique gifts of strength, clarity, transformation, and renewal, consider which elemental symbol calls most strongly to your magical nature, and how might deeper connection with that element enhance your understanding of the natural forces that flow through all magical practice. Chapter 11. Ceremonial Symbols and Ritual Magic. In the sacred spaces where ceremony transforms ordinary moments into channels of profound magical power, where symbols drawn in salt and silver create pathways for energies that transcend individual will, ritual magic reveals its deepest mysteries through the language of sacred signs. Tonight we enter the hallowed realm of ceremonial symbolism, where each mark carries the weight of tradition and the promise of transformation. Imagine yourself entering the Great Hall at Hogwarts during one of the ancient ceremonial observances that mark the turning of magical seasons, when the familiar space has been transformed into a temple of symbolic meaning. The floor bears intricate patterns drawn in materials that shimmer with their own inner light, creating pathways that guide both foot and energy toward the ceremony's focal point. Each symbol in these elaborate designs serves a specific purpose, from opening doorways between worlds to focusing the collective magical intent of all participants. The development of ceremonial symbolism emerged from the recognition that certain types of magic required more than individual will and technical skill to achieve their full potential. The early pioneers of ritual magic discovered that symbols could serve as anchors for group consciousness, allowing multiple practitioners to combine their energies in ways that produced effects far greater than the sum of their individual contributions. Consider the profound symbolism embedded within the simple act of drawing a ritual circle, that fundamental gesture that begins virtually every formal magical ceremony. The circle itself represents completion, eternal return, and the perfect balance of forces that allows transformation to occur safely. But the symbols that mark the circle's cardinal points transform this basic form into a complex magical instrument capable of channeling specific types of energy. The Eastern symbol, often represented by a ascending spiral or stylized sunrise, marks the place where new energies enter the ritual space. Participants facing east during ceremony open themselves to fresh possibilities and creative inspiration, while spells cast toward the eastern quarter carry enhanced power for new beginnings and innovative magical work. The southern symbol, typically depicted as a flame or solar disk, represents the peak of active energy and the full manifestation of magical power. Ritual work directed toward the south achieves maximum intensity and transformative force, making this quarter ideal for magic that seeks to create dramatic and immediate changes in the physical world. The Western symbol, shown as a cup, moon, or flowing stream, governs the realm of emotion, intuition, and the gentle dissolution of obstacles that block spiritual progress. Magic directed toward the west works with patient, persistent energy that gradually transforms situations through emotional healing and increased wisdom. The northern symbol, represented by a mountain, crystal, or pentacle, provides grounding and stability for ritual work while connecting the ceremony to the enduring strength of Earth itself. Northern magic emphasizes permanence, material manifestation, and the creation of lasting changes that will endure long after the ritual concludes. The symbols used to mark ceremonial tools carry their own layers of meaning that enhance the implement's effectiveness during ritual work. The ceremonial wand, often carved with spiraling patterns that echo the movement of magical energy, serves as a conductor for the ritualist's will, while the symbols along its length help focus and direct that energy toward specific goals. Chalices used in ceremonial work frequently bear symbols representing water's receptive and transformative properties, creating vessels that can hold not just physical liquids, but abstract concepts like intentions, blessings, and emotional energies. The symbols worked into a chalice's surface determine what types of energy it can contain and how those energies will be modified by contact with the vessel. Ceremonial blades, whether actual knives or symbolic atoms, carry symbols that emphasize cutting, separation, and the precise division of energy that allows ritualists to work with dangerous forces safely. These symbols often incorporate geometric patterns that create magical boundaries, ensuring that the blade's power affects only its intended targets. The pentacle, perhaps the most complex of ceremonial symbols, serves as a map of the magical universe in miniature. Each point of the five-pointed star represents a different aspect of creation, while the circle that encompasses the star symbolizes the unity that underlies all apparent diversity. Pentacles used in ceremony become focal points, where all the elements of magical practice converge and harmonize. Seasonal ceremonial symbols connect ritual work to the great cycles that govern natural magic throughout the year. Spring ceremonies employ symbols of growth, renewal, and emerging life force, creating environments where new projects and fresh relationships can take root and flourish. The symbols used in spring rituals often incorporate plant motifs, spiraling patterns that suggest upward movement, and representations of young animals. Summer ceremonial symbols emphasize the full flowering of magical power and the achievement of long-sought goals. These rituals use symbols of abundance, completion, and triumphant success, creating environments where participants can harvest the results of their earlier magical work. Solar symbols dominate summer ceremonies, along with representations of ripe fruit, full moons, and creatures in their prime. Autumn ritual symbols focus on preservation, wisdom, and the graceful release of what no longer serves spiritual growth. These ceremonies employ symbols of harvest, storage, and preparation for leaner times, creating opportunities for participants to consolidate their gains and prepare for upcoming challenges. Autumn symbols often feature falling leaves, full granaries, and representations of elders. Winter ceremonial symbols emphasize rest, reflection, and the deep spiritual work that occurs during nature's dormant season. These rituals use symbols of endurance, inner strength, and the quiet growth that happens below the surface of apparent activity. Winter symbols frequently incorporate representations of snow, bare trees, and creatures that thrive in harsh conditions. The creation of temporary ritual symbols requires understanding how different materials interact with magical energies and environmental conditions. Salt, the most traditional medium for ceremonial symbol making, creates clean, pure lines that effectively channel most types of magical energy while naturally resisting corruption by negative influences. Chalk infused with powdered gems creates symbols with enhanced properties specific to the gems used in the mixture. Chalk mixed with ruby dust produces symbols that energize and strengthen ritual work, while chalk combined with sapphire powder creates symbols that enhance wisdom and spiritual insight. Sand allows for the creation of large, elaborate symbols that can incorporate multiple colors and textures, making it ideal for complex ceremonies that require detailed symbolic instructions. Different types of sand carry their own magical properties, with beach sand connecting rituals to water energy, desert sand emphasizing transformation and endurance, and volcanic sand providing links to fire and earth elements. Flower petals create symbols that naturally decompose at the ceremony's conclusion, making them perfect for rituals that focus on release, transformation, and natural cycles. The choice of flowers determines the symbolic meaning, with roses adding love energy, lilies contributing purity and spiritual elevation, and sunflowers bringing solar power and optimism. The positioning of ceremonial symbols within ritual space follows principles as precise as those governing architectural design. Primary symbols, those that control the ceremony's main energy flows, occupy central positions where they can influence the entire ritual space. Secondary symbols, which modify and direct specific aspects of the working, are placed at calculated distances and angles that create geometric relationships with the primary symbols. Protective symbols form barriers around the ritual space, creating boundaries that prevent unwanted influences from entering, while ensuring that the ceremony's energies remain contained and focused. These symbols often incorporate traditional ward designs adapted for temporary use, with modifications that allow them to be quickly activated and dissolved as needed. Amplification symbols increase the power available for ceremonial work by gathering ambient magical energy and concentrating it within the ritual space. These symbols typically feature inward spiraling designs that draw energy from the surrounding environment while preventing the accumulated power from dissipating prematurely. Communication symbols facilitate the exchange of energy and intention between different participants in group rituals, creating networks that allow individual contributions to blend seamlessly into collective magical workings. These symbols often resemble interconnected circles or branching patterns that suggest the flow of energy between multiple points. The study of ceremonial symbolism reveals the profound importance of collective magical work in achieving effects that exceed individual capabilities. Properly designed ritual symbols create frameworks that allow groups of practitioners to work together harmoniously despite differences in training, experience, and magical specialization. Modern ceremonial magic continues to develop new symbolic approaches that address contemporary magical challenges while maintaining connection to traditional principles. Environmental healing ceremonies use symbols that connect human magical work to broader ecological systems, while protection rituals for magical communities employ symbols designed to work with modern defensive technologies. The psychological effects of participating in symbol-rich ceremonies cannot be underestimated, as the visual impact of elaborate symbolic displays helps participants achieve the altered states of consciousness necessary for effective ritual work. The symbols serve as focal points for meditation and visualization, while creating shared reference points that help coordinate group mental activity. Contemporary magical education increasingly recognizes the importance of ceremonial symbolism training for students who wish to participate effectively in community magical activities. Basic symbol recognition and creation skills prepare young wizards to contribute meaningfully to seasonal celebrations, protective rituals, and other group magical workings. Standing within this imagined ceremonial space, surrounded by symbols that bridge the gap between human intention and cosmic force, you become part of a tradition that recognizes magic as fundamentally communal in nature. The symbols around you represent humanity's collective effort to work harmoniously with forces greater than individual will. The practice of ceremonial magic teaches humility and cooperation, while providing access to levels of magical power that remain beyond the reach of solitary practitioners. Through participation in symbol-rich rituals, wizards learn to subordinate personal desires to collective good, while discovering that such sacrifice actually enhances rather than diminishes individual magical abilities. As the gentle radiance of ceremonial symbols surrounds you, like the warm glow of shared purpose and collective wisdom, each mark representing humanity's eternal desire to connect with forces greater than ourselves. Consider what sacred symbol would you choose to represent your own contribution to the great ceremonial traditions that bind the magical community together across space and time. Chapter 12. The Living Legacy of Ancient Symbols. In the gentle twilight where past and present merge like watercolors bleeding into one another, where ancient wisdom flows seamlessly into contemporary practice, the eternal symbols that have guided magical understanding for millennia continue their quiet work of bridging human consciousness with forces beyond ordinary comprehension. Tonight, we conclude our journey through the realm of magical symbolism by exploring how these timeless designs remain as vital and relevant today as they were in the hands of their first creators. Imagine yourself standing in the restored library of an ancient magical academy, where shelves of weathered tomes share space with gleaming modern magical instruments, each bearing symbols that connect cutting-edge innovations to traditions stretching back through countless generations. Here, in this sanctuary where time seems to fold upon itself, you can witness the remarkable continuity that links contemporary magical practice to its deepest historical roots. The persistence of ancient symbolic systems through periods of dramatic social and technological change speaks to their fundamental accuracy in describing the underlying principles that govern magical energy. Unlike mechanical technologies that become obsolete as new discoveries are made, symbolic magic appears to work with constants in the magical universe that remain unchanged regardless of how human understanding evolves. Consider how the basic protection circle, first drawn by prehistoric shamans in cave floors thousands of years ago, continues to serve as the foundation for the most sophisticated modern defensive magic. The Aurora training facilities at the Ministry of Magic employ circles whose symbolic construction follows principles identical to those used by ancient Celtic druids, demonstrating that certain aspects of magical law transcend cultural boundaries and historical periods. The integration of ancient symbols into contemporary magical education reveals the continuing relevance of traditional knowledge in preparing new generations of wizards. Students at Hogwarts learn to recognize and interpret runic alphabets, not as historical curiosities, but as practical tools for understanding the symbolic foundations that underlie much of their coursework in transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts. Professor McGonagall's advanced transfiguration classes frequently reference the alchemical symbols that describe the fundamental processes of magical transformation. Students who master these symbolic relationships develop intuitive understanding of why certain transfigurations prove more difficult than others, as they can recognize when their intended changes conflict with natural magical principles encoded in ancient symbolic systems. The Department of Mysteries represents perhaps the most sophisticated contemporary application of ancient symbolic knowledge, where researchers work with symbol systems so complex and powerful that they require the highest levels of security clearance to access. The Veil Chamber, with its mysterious archway covered in symbols from a dozen different magical traditions, demonstrates how ancient knowledge continues to pose questions that challenge even the most advanced modern magical theorists. Curse-breaking, one of the most demanding contemporary magical professions, relies heavily on the ability to recognize and interpret symbolic systems from various historical periods and cultural traditions. The ancient tombs and ruins that curse-breakers explore are typically protected by symbolic barriers that can only be safely navigated by those who understand the magical principles embedded in traditional designs. Bill Weasley's work in Egyptian tomb complexes required extensive study of hieroglyphic symbol systems that functioned as both written language and active magical protection. The symbols carved into tomb walls were not merely decorative, but served as components in complex magical systems designed to preserve and protect the burial sites for eternity. Contemporary magical research increasingly recognizes that ancient symbolic systems contain encoded knowledge about magical principles that modern theory is only beginning to understand. Experimental magical laboratories often incorporate traditional symbolic designs into their protective protocols, finding that these time-tested patterns provide more reliable security than purely contemporary approaches. The revival of interest in runic magic among younger wizards reflects a growing awareness that ancient symbolic systems offer practical advantages for certain types of magical work. Rune-carved magical implements demonstrate enhanced durability and precision compared to their mass-produced counterparts, leading to increased demand for traditionally trained crafters who can create these specialized tools. Magical healing practices continue to benefit from the integration of ancient symbolic knowledge with modern medical magic. Mungo's Hospital incorporates healing symbols from various traditions into its treatment protocols, finding that patients often respond more quickly when surrounded by visual representations of wellness and recovery that resonate with deep psychological patterns. The symbols used in healer training programs combine traditional designs with contemporary magical theory, creating educational tools that help students understand the connections between emotional, spiritual, and physical aspects of magical healing. These hybrid symbolic systems demonstrate how ancient wisdom can be adapted to address modern challenges without losing its essential character. Environmental magic, an increasingly important field as wizarding communities grapple with the magical consequences of climate change, draws heavily on ancient symbols that describe the relationships between human magic and natural systems. Traditional earth symbols help guide restoration efforts in magically depleted areas, while water symbols assist in projects designed to restore balance to disrupted magical ecosystems. The symbolic gardens maintained by magical naturalists serve as living laboratories where ancient plant symbols are studied alongside the actual flora they represent. These research facilities help contemporary practitioners understand how traditional agricultural magic can be adapted to support sustainable food production in magical communities. International magical cooperation increasingly relies on symbolic systems that transcend linguistic and cultural barriers. The International Confederation of Wizards employs a standardized set of symbols for magical emergency response that allows wizards from different countries to coordinate their efforts effectively even when they share no common spoken language. Magical transportation networks use ancient directional symbols adapted for contemporary travel requirements, ensuring that apparition points and flu networks remain stable and reliable across different magical jurisdictions. These symbols provide navigation references that work regardless of local magical conditions or temporal fluctuations. The preservation of ancient symbolic knowledge has become a priority for magical historical societies and educational institutions, as scholars recognize that much traditional wisdom was never formally recorded and exists only in the memories of elderly practitioners. Efforts to document and teach these symbolic systems ensure that valuable knowledge will not be lost as older generations pass away. Digital magical archives, a recent innovation that combines traditional preservation techniques with contemporary storage magic, allow ancient symbols to be studied and reproduced with unprecedented accuracy. These systems maintain not only the visual appearance of traditional symbols, but also preserve information about their magical properties and proper usage contexts. The psychological aspects of symbolic magic continue to fascinate magical researchers who study the connections between visual perception and magical ability. Recent studies suggest that exposure to traditional symbolic designs during magical education helps students develop more intuitive understanding of magical principles, improving their overall performance across multiple disciplines. Therapeutic applications of symbolic magic have expanded significantly as magical healers develop new approaches to treating magically induced psychological conditions. Carefully designed symbolic environments help patients recovering from curse damage or dark magic exposure by providing visual cues that support mental healing and emotional restoration. The democratization of symbolic knowledge through improved magical education means that symbols once restricted to specialist practitioners are now becoming part of general magical literacy. This trend enables more wizards to incorporate traditional symbolic techniques into their daily magical practice, leading to improved effectiveness and greater personal satisfaction with their magical work. Contemporary magical artists and craftspeople draw inspiration from ancient symbolic traditions while developing new interpretations that address modern concerns and aesthetics. These innovative approaches demonstrate that symbolic magic remains a living tradition capable of growth and evolution rather than a static collection of historical artifacts. The integration of ancient symbols into modern magical architecture creates buildings that function as both practical spaces and spiritual environments. Magical schools, hospitals, and government buildings increasingly incorporate traditional symbolic designs that enhance their effectiveness while connecting contemporary wizards to their magical heritage. Standing in this imagined intersection between past and present, surrounded by the gentle emanations of symbols that have guided magical practice through countless generations of change and development, you become aware of your own place in the continuing story of magical wisdom. The symbols around you represent not just historical knowledge, but living traditions that will continue to evolve and adapt long after current practitioners have become history themselves. The study of ancient symbols teaches humility in the face of accumulated wisdom, while encouraging innovation and creative adaptation of traditional principles to contemporary challenges. These timeless designs remind us that effective magic emerges from understanding and working with fundamental principles rather than simply pursuing the latest magical innovations. The responsibility of preserving and transmitting symbolic knowledge for future generations rests with each practitioner who recognizes the value of these ancient traditions. By incorporating traditional symbolic approaches into contemporary magical practice, modern wizards ensure that this invaluable heritage will continue to serve magical communities throughout the centuries to come. As the eternal wisdom of ancient symbols flows around you like a gentle river that connects all practitioners across time and space, carrying the accumulated knowledge of countless generations while remaining eternally fresh and vital, perhaps you might reflect, what contribution will you make to this living legacy of symbolic magic, and how will your understanding of these ancient mysteries enrich the magical inheritance you pass on to those who will follow in your footsteps?